Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to be showing you how to make an outline using the grid method. Now, there are three major ways of making an outline. There are many methods actually, but there are three major ones that are very prominent. The first one is the freehand method, another one is the tracing method, and the third one is the grid method. So in this video, I'm going to show you how you can make an accurate outline of your drawing using the grid method. So when we talk about using grids to get an accurate outline, what do we even mean? What are grids? I'll tell you more about grids later in the video. Now, for this particular tutorial, I'm going to be using the Sanford 0.5 mechanical pencil. The lead inside is HB, which helps in keeping our lines as light as possible. We have the Knotroj 621 Plasto Eraser and the Knotroj 621 scale 30 cm plastic ruler. Now let's get to work. What do we mean by grid? Well, the grid is basically a set of guidelines or grid squares, whichever way you want to put it, that you make on your reference photo. And those same grid squares should be replicated on your drawing paper to get an accurate outline. Now for this tutorial, I'm making an 8 by 10 inches drawing. So to get a moderate number of grid lines or squares, I'm marking 1 inch on the bottom side of the paper. Using the same number of inches, I'm going to mark them on the top side of the paper, after which I'm going to connect the dots so I can have vertical lines on the paper. Now I'll be making the dots on the top side of the paper using the same 1 inch measurement. Now, by the end of this part of the video, I should have 8 lines on this side of the paper. That's 8 vertical lines. Now, this method of connecting the dots is one sure way to keep your lines as straight as you can have them. It's also important to note that you need to keep your grid lines as light as possible. Now the reason why this is important is because, if you press too hard on the lines, by the time you shade on them, you might have marks on your paper, which is something we don't want. And that's the same reason I'm using a mechanical pencil 0.5 with an HB lead in it, because it helps me make very light lines. I'm sure you can barely see the lines right now. It's not the poor quality of my camera, it's just how light I've been able to make these lines. Now, if you don't have a mechanical pencil, I suggest you use an HB grade of a regular graphite pencil. So now that I'm done making the vertical lines, I'm gonna go ahead and make another set of 1 inch markings on the left side of the paper. After that, I'm going to do the same number of markings on the right side and connect the dots to give me my horizontal lines. And I'm going to go ahead and connect my dots again in order to have my horizontal lines on the paper. Once again, you need to be careful how much pressure you put on your paper so you don't leave markings on it. By the time I'm done drawing these lines, I should have 8 columns and 10 rows with each of them having 1 inch spacing between them. Well, as you can see, now I'm done drawing the lines. I'm zooming in just a little bit just so you can see what it looks like up close. The next thing we're going to do is to grab our reference photo and study each square individually, after which you decide which parts you're going to start your drawing from. I want to start from a corner. And for this part, I'm going to start with the hair. The idea here is to start drawing from one box and then move your way up or down as you like. But just make sure you observe how the lines on your picture relate to the grid lines on it. And then replicate the same thing on your drawing paper. At many points in this video, I slowed down my drawing pace a little bit. This is just me observing closely how the lines and curves in my pictures intersect with the grid squares. By doing this observation, I get to avoid unnecessary errors when doing these outlines. By the way, it's also important to understand that mistakes and errors are also a part of the learning process, so you have to embrace them in order to learn. There is a common controversy about this method of drawing outlines. A lot of people say artists who use grids are cheaters and that drawing with the grid method is a way of cheating the process. But I don't think that's true at all. This method of drawing, just like every other method out there, needs to be learned and understood properly before you can get the hang of it. It has its own technicalities to it, just like every other method out there, and you need to understand these technicalities and know them correctly in order for you to be able to use this method at all. It's not a bad thing if you try to expand your skill set by exploring other methods of drawing, but don't you let someone else look down on your skills just because they think you're doing something wrong, or because you're not using the method that they are using. As long as it took you hours of practice to be able to understand one method, you deserve to use it just as much as anyone else deserves to use the other methods that they are using. You can see that the face is forming now. Like I said earlier, you need to pay close attention to how the lines and curves on your reference intersect with your grid boxes, and replicate that on your drawing paper. This will help you to get a near accurate outline. You can see that the oval shape of the face has already been formed, and now I'm already drawing the shirt. I'm sure you may be wondering why I'm shading some parts of the drawing already. If this is just a sketch, right? This is my unique method, or maybe not so unique of a method because many artists use it as well. It's my method of breaking down the shades that are going to be on the drawing, even while I'm still at the sketching stage. There are some shadows and some highlights present on the reference picture. So I try to dissect those shadows and give it a light shade so that even at the sketching stage, it has some kind of form already. Now by having a form, I mean that it just graduated from being a bunch of lines to looking like a sketch that is going in the right direction. That is going to be shaded and it will look realistic eventually. Now we're moving on to the features on the face. This part can be very tricky, but don't worry about that. If you are able to study it closely, you won't go wrong. I mean, if you get the overall shape of the head correctly. This shouldn't be a big thing, right? Following my reference closely, I'm going to draw the left eye now. The width of the eye is about 1 inch, which means it cuts across one square grid from one edge of a line to the other edge. You need to pay close attention to little things like this in order not to mess up your drawing. Now I'm shading the iris lightly so you can have that little bit of form. So it will start looking like more than a bunch of lines and curves. I'm moving on to the right eye now. It's about the same measurement as the left eye. About 1 inch. If you study both eyes, you'll see the difference between the shaded iris and the one without the shaded iris. Before shading this iris, it looked a little bit weird. And which is one of the reasons, aside from giving it form, it's one of the reasons why I shaded the shadowed parts of the drawing already, even at the sketch stage. This is just me marking out a little bit of shape for the nose. Before actually coming back to it to sketch, I'm going to do the same thing for the middle line on the lip. Just going to leave a little mark there before coming back to actually sketch it out. I'm making the outlines for the eyebrows now. I'm going to do the same thing for the other side. Now that I'm done making the outlines of the eyebrows, I can come back and sketch the nose. Just like I said earlier, you need to observe closely how the curves intersect with the grid lines on your reference. And replicate that same thing in your drawing paper. You can see me doing the light shading again, just to give it some kind of form, like I said earlier. Now, you can decide that you want to do this light shading and you can decide not to. It's totally up to you. Some people are comfortable with it and some are not. So you hold the choice. Now that I'm done sketching the eyes and the nose, I can go ahead and sketch out the lips. I usually like to start with the middle line that divides the upper lip and the lower lip. Because by starting from there, it makes it easier for me to work my way up or down. At this point, I can say I'm done with the outline. But I'm still messing around with the light shading thing just to try and have a basic form before I start the actual shading of the drawing. I think at this point, I can go ahead and drop my pencil. You can see I'm done with the outline and the next step after this will be to shade the drawing. I need you to bear in mind that there is no such thing as perfection when it comes to art. You need to be ready to embrace all the mistakes that come along the way. It's all a part of the learning process. You most likely won't get an accurate outline on your first few tries. But just know that you are on your way to getting better with each new drawing that you make. Here we have our reference photo right beside the drawing. So you can see it's not even accurate. But as we proceed along in the drawing, we'll get better and better. For the first section of this tutorial, I'll be working with just graphite pencils. This is where we do the base shading before we layer a darker tone on it. Here with me I have 3 grades of the Mars Lumograph graphite pencils. We have the 3B Mars Lumograph graphite pencil, and we have the 4B Mars Lumograph graphite pencil, and we have the 6B, which is like the darkest one of them all. These are the pencils that we will be shading with. And now for our blending, I have the Q-tip or the cotton bud, as you want to call them. And then secondly, I have this swab of tissue paper. Without wasting any time, let's get started with our shading. I'll be making the first layer of shading using the lightest pencil, which is the 3B graphite pencil. I usually like to start my drawing from the eyes, and this will be no exception. We want to start from there. Do take note that our subject is Asian, which means she is light-skinned. Which is the reason why I'm playing it safe by starting my shading with a very light grade of graphite pencil. This is one of the most important things you need to observe very well before starting any portrait drawing project. Study your subject very well and come to a conclusion whether it's a very light-skinned person or a very dark-skinned person. In doing so, you get to decide what grade of pencil would be best to start the shading with. In this case, looking at the reference picture, my subject is a little on the average side. She's not too light and she's not very dark either. Which is why I decided to start the shading using a 3B graphite pencil. The H grade pencils tend to have a very light tone and the B grades have dark tones. Now starting from the B grades you have the HB, the 2B, the 3B and so on up to 14B in some cases. I decided to start with the 3B because it goes perfectly with the skin of my subject. As I shade it with light pressure, I get to achieve an even tone by the time I'm done blending. Which is something that I can build on to have a good form on my portrait. Now when I say shade with light pressure, this is what I mean. As you can see, I'm shading this portrait using the side of my pencil and not using the tip. And also I'm not grabbing the pencil by the neck, I'm grabbing it by the tail. If I need a darker tone, I could easily grab my pencil by the neck and then apply a little more pressure on my paper. By doing this I get to have a darker tone of shading even with the same grade of pencil. I'll go ahead now and blend this base shading using the Q-tip. In most cases of my drawing, I like to shade a considerably large part of the portrait first before blending. But in this one, I just decided to shade the first eyelid, blend it a little bit and then move on to the second eyelid. This is the part where I smoothen the shading very well by blending over it using a swab of tissue paper. Now I'll be moving over to the second eyelid to lay the base shading for it just like I did for the first one. Just like I said earlier, if you're making the base of your shading, the base is the first layer. Make sure you shade very lightly and you achieve that by shading with the side of your pencil and not the tip of your pencil. And next I go over the shading by softly blending over it using the Q-tip. Make sure you do it very gently and softly. I'll smoothen this over again with the tissue paper. Now I'll be moving over to the forehead. This is not my favorite part to shade, by the way. But it's fun. All you need to do to get this right is to understand where the light is coming from and where the shadow is. If you understand this, you'll be able to get the perfect form for the forehead. For my subject, the light is kind of hitting her in the middle, and so both sides of her forehead are a little bit darker than the middle part. You'll get to see the effect of this later on in the video, but for now let's just keep shading. If you've been observing so far, you'll notice that I'm only shading both sides of her forehead. I've not touched the middle yet. I just shaded one part of the forehead, which is on the left side, and then I moved over to the right side. This is because, if your objective with your shading is to get a three-dimensional form, make it a habit to start it from the shadow and then move on to the midtone and then the highlight. You do not do it from the highlights to shadows. You do from shadows to highlights. When you do this, you get to have an understanding of what the form of that part of your drawing is going to look like by the time you are done with it. The part of the face that I'm shading now is called the glabella. It's the area between the eyebrows, and it usually has some form of depth to it. So make sure you pay attention to this. It's actually more prominent in men than it is in women, but there is always that little depth to it. So be sure to pay attention to it so that part of the face does not look flat. Now, because the part that I've shaded so far is a little large, I'll be blending it directly using the tissue paper. By doing this, I get to cover a large area while still getting a smooth result. Once again, be sure not to apply too much pressure while doing this. Just go over your shading gently. I'll go ahead and blend the glabella now using the Q-tip. As you can see, this part of my shading is not so large. So it's very okay if I use the Q-tip and not the tissue paper. The eyebrows are a very delicate part of your drawing because every strand needs to be drawn. And most times I usually like to do this part when I get to the detailing stage, but I'll just make a little outline of what it will look like by the time I'm detailing it. So for that I'm using my 4B graphite pencil. Drawing the strands of hair for your eyebrows requires a lot of patience and paying attention to the flows. The hair usually flows in a direction. You need to study what direction it is flowing, and then try and duplicate that on your drawing. You cannot exactly do it just the way it is in the reference, but if you understand the flow you can tweak it to your taste. Now go ahead and do the same thing for the other eyebrow. Also notice the way I've been grabbing my pencil since I started drawing the eyebrows. Well, that's because I need my lines to be as sharp as possible. And therefore I have to grab my pencil by the neck and not by the tail. By grabbing it by the neck, I get to draw my lines using the tip of the pencil and not the side of the pencil. The part that I'm shading now is where the eyelashes are supposed to be. But my subject's eyelashes are hidden under the eyelid and have created some form of shadow there. So there are no specific definite eyelashes that I have to draw, which is why I'm shading it directly like this. After this, I'm going to shade the iris and do the same thing for the other eye. I've noticed that when many beginner artists shade the iris, they shade it pitch black. They shade it completely dark. They leave no trace of a highlight for it. Well, no eye looks like this in real life, unless the picture was taken in a dark room. But if the picture was taken in a lit area, there will always be some form of light reflection in the eye. And if you want to get this reflection right, always mark it out in your eye outline, and always leave that part out when you are shading the base for it. By doing this, it will be easier for you to sharpen that highlight by the time you are detailing your drawing. The part of the eye that I'm shading right now is called the eye bag. As the name implies, it's just a bag of fat directly under the eye. For this subject, it's a little bit more puffy than it would be for many other references. And so, in order to get it accurately, I'm creating a core shadow for it before shading over it. So by the time I'm done completing the shading in that area, you'll be able to see the three-dimensional puffiness of that part of the eye. You need to pay attention to little details like this, because it takes more than just being able to create an accurate outline to get the resemblance in your portrait. You need to be able to get your shading right as well. I'm going to spend the next few minutes shading the nose. Now I'm creating the depth for the nostrils as well as the shadow that was cast by the nose. I'm doing this using my 4B graphite pencil. Remember, this is not our final destination. I'm still going to go over all the shading again using some charcoal powder. So just stick with me to the end. Right now, I'm shading the side wall of the nose. I'll do this for both sides, the right side wall and the left side wall. I'm going to leave out the middle part so that by the time I blend everything in, it will have a three-dimensional form that I can build upon later on in my drawing process. Well, now that I'm done shading this part of the nose, I'll go ahead and blend it. For this other part of the nose, I'll be blending using my Q-tip. Now please understand that my preference of blending materials is totally up to me. There are no specific rules that you must follow when you are blending. The point is to understand the basics of these things, learn how they work, get used to them, and then you can tweak it to suit yourself. I'll go ahead and smoothen out my blending again using the tissue paper. Remember, I've not yet blended the eye bags I shaded the other time, so I'll go ahead and do that right now. I'll blend the right eye bag and then move on to the second one on the left and do the same thing. Once again, remember to do this very gently. You don't need to apply too much pressure when doing this. I'll pick up my 3B pencil again. And moving on to the side plane of the face, I'll continue my shading from there. Now you might be wondering what the side plane of the face is. It's the part of the cranium where the ears sit. It's not very prominent when you're looking at your subject from the front view like I am in this portrait drawing. But no matter how small that part of the face takes in your drawing, Always make sure to give it a defined tone that sets it apart from the rest of the face. Right now, I'll be moving over to the left cheek. And after I'm done shading this part, I'll go ahead and blend everything that I've shaded so far. This part of the face, where the nose and mouth form a wrinkle when you smile, also usually has some depth to it. This part gives the effect of pushing out the cheekbone by the time you are done shading it properly. Now that I've come around, I'm moving on to shading the lips. I'm starting with the middle line that separates the upper lip and the lower lip. I'll go ahead and blend this little bit of the shaded part using the Q-tip. Now it's time for me to blend the side plane of the face that I shaded earlier. I'll go ahead and do the same thing for the left part of the face. Now I'll grab my pencil again and move on to the remaining part of the face, and that's the chin area. Usually under the lower lip is the cast shadow. That shadow has been cast by the edge of the lip. I'll go ahead and darken that place so that the lips can pop out. And now I'm going to blend the shadow under the lip using my Q-tip. The little distance between the edge of the nose and the upper lip is called the philtrum, which is the part I'm shading right now. Now I could have easily used a pencil to map it out. In most people, there's a distinct depth that divides that place. But for my subject, it's not very prominent. So I'm just using the little graphite that is on my tissue paper to bring out that part. At this point, I can say I'm done with the base shading of the face. And the next thing to do is to shade the neck. I'm making this first layer of shading using my 3B graphite pencil. I'm going to blend this part with the tissue paper now. I'll just quickly go over the left ear now. Just for a better understanding, everything I've been shading so far is just a base. It's just the first layer of shading. I'll still go over everything again. For this ear part, I'm using the 6B graphite pencil and I'm applying a little bit of pressure. Now you might want to ask yourself why this. The reason is that it's advisable to go from shadows to midtones and then highlights. The part I'm shading first is just the shadow part of the ear. After that, I'm going to blend it out into the midtones and then the highlight. You'll have probably noticed by now that I'm not shading with the edge of my pencil but with the tip. I guess you already know the reason for this. This is because I want that place to be dark. Now I'm going to blend the shading that I've done here with the Q-tip. I'm going over that depth inside the ear now using my 6B graphite pencil again. Now I'll move on to the right ear. Once again, I'm starting from the shadows. I'll slowly move my way up to the midtones and then the highlights. There's not much highlights on this part of the ear. I'm going to blend this part with the Q-tip now. Okay, now that I've set the base shading for the face, the ears and the neck, it's time to move on to the clothes. My subject is wearing a dark hoodie. So this part of the cloth is very dark. I could easily go ahead and apply the charcoal powder directly, but I like to keep my process in specific stages. Using this method of shading with graphite first before applying charcoal powder, it becomes easier for me to achieve some certain textures by the time I get to the detailing stage of my drawing. By the way, this first layer of the clothes is done using the 4B graphite pencil. I'm going to blend this part that I've shaded using the Q-tip. Now the choice is totally up to you. You can decide to use any other blending material. You can use a soft brush, you can use the Q-tip, you can use the tissue paper. I mean, it doesn't really matter because at the end of it all, you're still going to put a layer of charcoal powder on it. So just use any blending material that you're comfortable with. Now that I'm done with the base of the left part of the clothes, I'll go ahead and apply the same technique to the right part. I'm going to make this part as quickly as I can, because our focus for this tutorial is the subject's head. I'm going to blend this part with the Q-tip now. This time around, I'll go over the shading again using my 6B graphite pencil, which is the darkest one I have here. And if I'm okay with the results I get with it, I probably will not need to apply the charcoal powder anymore. Okay, at this point, it's time to blend my shading again using the Q-tip. I'm going to spread the shading over to the remaining parts of the clothes using the tissue paper. As you can see, I don't necessarily need to use my graphite pencil to shade that part. All I need to do is just spread the graphite from the part that I've shaded already. Now it's time to repeat the same technique that I used in the left part on the right part of the coat. I'll shade over it using the 6B graphite and then blend it with my Q-tip. And right now, I'll smoothen out my shading with the tissue paper. The depth that I got from shading my subject's clothes with the 6B graphite pencil is not very satisfying. So I'll go ahead and apply the charcoal powder over it. I'll do this using this flat brush that I have here. The charcoal powder I have here is not something special. I got it by grinding my broken charcoal pencils into fine powder using the sandpaper. Now, if you do not have any charcoal pencils that you can grind a regular block of charcoal and still get the same results. Just gently blend it into fine powder. This is something I've used before, and I can tell you for a fact that there's almost no difference between that and this one that I have here. Making good drawings is not always about the type of material to use or how expensive they have. It literally has to do with your skill level. You can make good drawings with almost any kind of material that you have with you as long as you have the right skill. I'm applying this charcoal powder by picking up some charcoal from my charcoal container and then applying it gently on my paper. You need to be careful of the edges that you don't want your charcoal to get into because it can get quite messy at some point. This is me cleaning some mess from the neck of my subject. I don't need that place to be as dark. Now that we've got that out of the way, it's time to get back to applying our charcoal powder on the cliff. As you can see, this is very dark, and it's just as I have it in my reference photo. This is quite satisfying. This is one of my favorite things about charcoal and charcoal powder, by the way. It gives you the depth that you need without having to do too much. I highly recommend it to beginners. This is because, at the beginning stage of your drawings, you might be tempted to not draw very dark. So if you have access to charcoal or charcoal powder, please make use of them. This will give you the boost that you need to get your tones right. Right now, I can move on to the right part of the clothes. I'll go ahead and apply my charcoal powder gently, while minding the edges and lines that I don't want my powder to get into. If you don't have this kind of brush that I'm using, you can make use of the Q-tip to apply your charcoal powder. I've done this before, but it just takes a little time for you to get used to it. And also it won't be able to cover a large area of drawing just like the brush does. So I highly recommend that you get the brush if you can. Okay, now that I'm done with the shading of the clothes, I can move on to the hair. I'll gently apply my charcoal powder by following the reference closely. Now I'm going to move on to the remaining part of the hair. But before I apply my charcoal powder, I need to map out the blocks of hair. I need to map it out into shapes. By using this method of simplifying hair into basic shapes, you get to define the angles and then you approach the values more easily. This will help you to have a defined form by the time you are done applying the charcoal powder. And as a plus, it becomes easier for you to follow the flow of the hair when you are adding your details to it. For most parts of my subject's hair, the forms come in different weird triangular shapes. By the time I'm done shading those shapes lightly, and after blending it, I will have some kind of path to follow when I'm adding the charcoal powder. It's just like a basic foundation, so I don't go ahead and build a wall without laying the foundation first. I'm going to blend some of the shapes now before applying my charcoal powder. You can see that even at this stage, the hair already has a flow to it. Now go ahead and map out the shapes for the remaining parts of the hair. After that, I'll blend it and then apply my charcoal powder. Now that the basic shapes and forms are all formed, I can go ahead and gently apply the charcoal powder by following the same shapes that I've mapped out already. Another subtle detail you need to take note of when you are applying charcoal powder for hair is that you need to give a little distance between the edges of the hair and the skin. When you do this, you have enough space to add loose strands of hair by the time you are detailing it, and this will give you a very realistic effect to your hair drawings. You can see me leaving a little bit of distance between the edges of the hair and the skin, just like I told you earlier. I need more depth in this part of the hair, so I'll add more charcoal powder to it. And now it's time to move on to the left part of the hair. Again, you can see me leaving a little space between the edges of the hair and the skin. You need to always take note of this when you are making hair drawings in order not to mess it up. And if at all you want to add any charcoal powder to the edges of your hair, make sure it's not as dark as the remaining parts. Just make it very light. You can do this by just extending the charcoal powder from the darkest point and just use your brush to extend it to the edges. You can see that I'm trying to avoid putting too much powder on the top part of the hair. This is because that is the highlight part of the hair, and it needs to be as light as possible. This makes things easier for me by the time I'm adding the details to the hair. I'm just going to add a little bit more charcoal powder to the core shadows of this hair, and then after that, you can move back to the face and add more tones to it. You can see that even without adding any details to the hair yet, it already has a good form to it. This is as a result of me understanding the flow of the hair, and then breaking it down into shapes like I showed you before. At this point, I can drop my charcoal powder for a while, and then move back to the neck in order to add more tones to it. I'm making a second layer of shading on the neck using my 6B graphite pencil. After this, I'm going to blend it with my brush. Like I told you before, you can use any blending material that you are most comfortable with. This is the part where I get to work on the face shading again. Now I have my graphite pencil, which means this is the 6B Staedtler Mars Lumograph pencil. You can see that the shading of the face looks kind of flat right now. This is because what I've shaded so far is just a base shading. And this is the point where I start to add more depth to the required places. Now I'm going to do some shading on the top part of the right eye. And I'll do the same thing for the left eye as well when the time comes. Right now, I'm adding another layer of shading to the side plane of the face. Like I told you before, you need to add enough depth to this part of the face so that the face can have that three-dimensional form that it needs to make it look realistic. Now I'm going to blend the shading using my tissue paper. I'll do this very lightly and gently. Now as you can see, there's a sharp brightness at the edge of this cheek. I'm going to shade that and then gently blend it in so that it completely disappears. Now this is the part where I introduce my brush. I need some subtle darkness on some parts of the face, and in order to achieve that easily, I slightly rubbed my brush over some charcoal powder. In order to avoid getting too much darkness from the charcoal powder, I did not dip my brush completely into it. I just slightly brushed it over it and then applied it to my drawing paper. There's no actual charcoal powder on my brush right now, but what I'm taking advantage of is the darkness on the brush. You can see that it's actually giving that part of my drawing a little bit of darkness. This is exactly what I need. I'm most likely going to follow this same exact process for the remaining part of my subject's skin. At this point, I'm going to add a little bit of charcoal powder to the neck in order to have the required rich dark tones. Right here below the chin, there's a shadow that was cast by the edge of the chin itself. I'm going to shade that part as dark as it needs to be. For some parts of the face, like the forehead for instance, I'm going to need to cover a large area at a time, which is why I'm introducing this big brush that I have here. It's not very big, it's just a little bigger than the one I've been using before. I'll gently dab it over some charcoal powder and apply it to the side planes of my subject's forehead. I'll move over to the next part of the forehead now and apply some light charcoal powder on it. At this point, I'm going to blend the edges of the hair into the skin. I do this by applying some light charcoal powder into the edges of the hair and slowly blend it into the skin. I'm doing this in order to avoid any sharp, distinct difference between the edges of the hair and the skin around it. I'm going to take my 4B graphite pencil and shade the nose, side plane, as well as the upper part of the left eye. Now, I'm going to blend the shadings with the big brush. At this point, the upper part of the eyes still require some depth. I'm going to achieve this by applying some light charcoal powder on it. I'll gently blend this light charcoal powder that I've applied into the glabella and the other parts of the eyelid. Now, I'm going to use the bigger brush to blend everything into each other. And right now, I'm going to use the 6B graphite pencil to shade the edges of the nose that connect to the cheek. I need to smoothen this left part of the cheek, and nothing does that better than the tissue paper. At this point, I can say I'm done putting all the shades on the skin. But it still looks as if something is missing. If you look at the eyes, you will see that it lacks some darkness. I'm going to apply some charcoal powder on it using the Q-tip. Again, you need to do this part very carefully in order to avoid shading the light reflections on the iris, although it's not an irredeemable mistake if you do so. It is still possible to brighten this part out when you get to the detailing stage. I'm going to add some charcoal powder to the second iris as well. Another feature on the face that still requires some depth to it are the lips. I'll go ahead and apply some light charcoal powder on them too. And right now, I'm going to add some core shadow to the end of the lower lip. Now I need to shade the philtrum a little bit more. The philtrum is this line right here, right below the nose that connects down to the upper lip. At this point, I'm wrapping up my shading and just adding some finishing touches, like putting more shadow at the end of the nose and also adding a little bit more depth to the eye bags. Now I'm going to add some charcoal powder to the eyelids. In order to avoid the charcoal powder flying around to parts of the drawing where it's not needed, I'm using the tip of my brush to apply it. Right now, I'm adding the shadows to the end of the nose. This is necessary because it gives the nose that contrast. I'll go ahead and darken the nostril as well by applying some charcoal powder into them. I'm sure you can see the big difference between the nose before I added the shadow and now that I've added the shadow. I'm wrapping up my shading right now. You can see that the face already has some form. The detailing stage is where I begin to define the highlights on the drawing in order to keep it sharp and realistic. Remember that there's no such thing as perfection when it comes to making art. You just have to embrace all the mistakes you make along the way. Now let's get familiar with the tools we're going to be using for detailing this portrait. First, here on this list I have the 4B Staedtler Mars Lumograph Graphite Pencil. I also have the 6B Staedtler Graphite Pencil. The next item we have here is called the Blending Stump. And I also have this small brush here for additional shading. Here I have the cotton bud or Q-tip, which will be used to make some subtle details on the skin. Next up I've got my swab of tissue paper, which will be used for blending. And last but not the least, I have my personal favorite, the Kneadable Eraser. Sorry about the blackness of the eraser, this is just as a result of usage over the years. This will be used to make sharp highlights wherever it's necessary on the drawing. Without wasting any time, I'll get started by drawing the eyebrows. Again, if you followed through from the previous video where I shaded this portrait, you'd understand how I made the outlines for this eyebrows. The best way to achieve basic realism is by simplifying whatever detail it is that you're trying to make. And in the case of eyebrows, when broken down properly, it becomes just a bunch of tapered lines that you carefully craft onto the subject's face. I'm doing this first crafting of lines using my 6B graphite pencil. After making the first few dozens of tapered lines, I'll go ahead and grab my 4B graphite pencil to add extra light strands of hair. This is the part where I take my 4B graphite pencil and make extra light strands of hair on the edges of the eyebrow to make it even more realistic. You need to understand what the flow looks like in the reference picture and replicate it to the best of your ability. If you look over to the left side on the edge of this eyebrow, you'd notice this sharp highlight that is not supposed to be there. It makes the eyebrow look unnatural, as if it's not a part of the skin. I'll go ahead and shade that part of the skin so that I can easily blend into the eyebrows. Now it's time to move over to the second eyebrow. I'll apply the same process that I did in the first one, which is drawing my first few lines using the 6B graphite pencil, after which I'll draw the extra strands of hair on the edges using the 4B graphite pencil. Follow through. It's time to make use of my 4B graphite pencil now. Right now I'm drawing the last few strands of hair, after which I'm going to call it even and move on to the eyes. Okay, now it's time for me to move on to the eyeball. I'll start by shading over the eyelids and the iris that I've shaded before using my 6B graphite pencil. This is to sharpen the initial charcoal powder shading that has been done on it. Now I'm going to blend my shading using this tiny brush there. Now I'll come over to the iris and sharpen the shading there as well. Also using my 6B graphite pencil. If you take a close look, you'll notice that the left eye is looking sharper and even a little darker than the right eye. This is the effect you get after shading over your charcoal powder using graphite pencil. Now it's time to sharpen the highlight on the iris using the Kneadable Eraser. This eraser is a very functional art material and it can serve as an easy substitute for the Tombow MonoZero Eraser. And my favorite thing about it is that you can mold it into any shape or form that you want it to take to serve whatever purpose that you need it for. In the case of making a light reflection on this iris, I made the tip pointed. Now I'm going to shade the edges of the sclera. That's the white part of the eye, by the way. If you study the eyes closely, you'll notice that it has some very cool glossy effect to it. This is because the full eyeball is a complete sphere on the inside and we only see a tiny fraction of it on the outside. The rest is covered by the skin. In order to achieve this very cool glossy effect, all you need to do is shade the edges of the sclera and leave the part right beside the iris. Well, so far you can see the difference between the detailed eye and the one that I'm just working on now. I'll go ahead and follow the exact same process that I did for the first eye and the second one as well. Just in case you missed it the first time, what I'm doing right now is sharpening the charcoal powder shading on the eyelid and the iris using my 6B graphite pencil. Now it is time to gently blend the shading using my small brush. I am going to shade the edges of this sclera, after which I'm going to add some highlights right beside the iris in order to have some spherical effect. After molding my kneadable eraser to have a pointed tip, I'm going to use it to make the light reflections on the iris. Now I am going to highlight the top of the lower eyelid. In order to achieve this easily, I have molded my kneadable eraser to be flat on the tip. Right now I am going to slightly shade the left eye bag because I think it needs a little bit more shadow. I can go ahead and blend it now using my small brush. At this point I just want to add some subtle highlights beside the iris. This will give the eyeball the spherical glass effect that I talked about earlier. And now it's time to get started with detailing the hair. And for me, there is no better way to start than by drawing the strands of hair on my subject's forehead. If you've been following through from the shading tutorial, link below, you'll remember that I strongly recommended that you leave a little space between the edge of the hair and the forehead. This is because by the time you've drawn the loose strands of hair on that small space, it creates that balance and harmony between the edges of the hair and the skin around it. It will make it look as if the hair is actually growing from the skin, and not like the subject is wearing some kind of magical wig that is floating. In order to achieve this fit, I am using my 6B graphite pencil to draw the strands. If you are drawing something like this, make sure your pencil is well sharpened and that you are drawing with the tip and not the edge. Also, you can decide to use a lighter grade or even a darker grade of graphite pencil. It all depends on how light or dark the strands of hair are, and whatever reference picture you've chosen to work with. Kindly follow through while I draw the remaining strands of hair on my subject forehead. In some cases, you might be required to draw the strands of hair in wavy lines and not just curves. But whatever the case may be, the idea is to understand what direction the hair is flowing. Once you understand this, you'll be able to tweak it however you want. And now, we are at the part that I consider to be the most interesting part of drawing hair, which is adding highlights. Highlights on hair give it form, give it meaning and definition. When done properly, highlights on hair will transform a bunch of ordinary shading into beautiful, realistic-looking sleek hair. But unlike the highlight on the eyeball, or the light reflection on the iris, highlights on hair come in the form of strands. And in order to achieve this perfectly, I have to continually flatten my kneadable eraser. I'm going to say this again. Pay attention to the direction of the hair in your reference picture. When you do this, you'll be able to know exactly where to place your highlights. I'll keep on adding more and more highlights wherever it's necessary, until I can say it's close to what I have in my reference picture. I personally enjoy this part of drawing, by the way. It's fun and almost stress-free. Now, I'm going to move it back to the right part of the hair. I'm just working on it as well. Also, it's very important to take note that when you are drawing hair highlights like this one, you don't need to be limited to drawing lines and curves. You can take it further by making wavy lines just like the ones I'm doing right now. This will give your hair drawing that realistic look. I'll move it back to the left part of the hair again and add some final touches to it, here and there. There are a few more details to add to the hair, but for now, I can say I'm done with the highlights. We'll come back to this later. Now we can move over to the lips and make some tiny details here as well. I'll start by sharpening the charcoal powder shading that I've done on the lips. For this, I'm making use of my 6B graphite pencil. I'm going to slightly blend this using my small brush. Right above the edges of the upper lip, there are some highlights that I need to add there. I'm going to do this by making my kneadable eraser very pointed and then drawing my highlight there. I'll approach the lower lip now and sharpen the shadow that's right below the edge. And again, I'm making use of my 6B graphite pencil. Just with a quick study of the lips, you'll be able to discover that there are vertical wrinkle lines on the lower lip. Drawing these lines is a very crucial part of achieving realistic lips. I need to make these lines as light as possible because they are not very prominent on my subject's lip, so I'm making use of my 4B graphite pencil. Now it's time to add highlights to these lines using my kneadable eraser. I'm going to start by making the tip of my eraser very flat, after which I'll intricately draw highlights right beside each line. Details like these may vary depending on what reference subject you are working with. Just make sure you study your reference properly and apply these techniques in your own way. Now I'm going to blend around the lip just to give it some finishing touches. And then lastly, I'm going to retouch the highlights a little bit more. Right now, I'm going to add some highlights on the nose. I'll start with the edges of the nose and then the top of the nose. My subject's hoodie fabric has some subtle texture to the highlight. I'm going to add these highlights and textures using my Kneadable Eraser. I'll move to the right part of the clothes and add a little bit of texture there too. Most of the textures on this part of the clothes are concealed by shadows, so I'll just do this very lightly. Now the highlights that I've done here look much lighter than in my reference picture. I'm going to add some charcoal powder to conceal it. It is time to add a few details on my subject's face. So I'll grab my blending stump. There are very light, almost unnoticeable freckles on my subject's face. I'm going to make these freckles using the blending stump. I started by dipping the tip of my blending stump into some charcoal powder. I then cleaned off the charcoal powder in order to avoid making the dots darker than they need to be. The two marks that I added on this cheek are looking a bit darker than they need to be. So I'm going to lighten it up using my Kneadable Eraser. There are some light freckles right below my subject's eyes, and I'm going to make these freckles with a Q-tip. I slightly dabbed the Q-tip on some charcoal powder and I'm gently applying it over the skin. Now I'm going to gently blend the details together with the skin. Moving back to the hair now, I need to draw some loose strands around the hair. But first, I will need to clean the grid lines around this drawing. I'm using a Notroj Plasto eraser for this, but you can use just about any eraser. It doesn't matter what brand. Be careful so you don't erase the edges of your drawing while you are doing this. Now I'm going to wipe off the eraser dust with a swab of tissue paper. I'm moving back to the other side of the drawing to erase the grid lines there as well. Oops, I just accidentally erased some part of the drawing, but I'll fix that later. Now that I'm done cleaning the background, I'm going to fix the edge of the hair that I accidentally erased by applying some charcoal powder on it. I need to add the necessary highlights as well. I'll do this with my Kneadable Eraser, of course. Now with the use of my 4B graphite pencil, I'll add some loose strands all around this hair. Just like I said before, you just need to get creative with the strands of hair, draw lines and curves and even curls. I'll draw a few more loose strands of hair and then I'll call it even. I'm drawing a few curls on this part of the hair just to give it some touch of realism. This is as basic as it can get when making details on a portrait. Remember, you're not going to get it right on your first few tries, you just need to keep practicing. One thing I've noticed among beginner artists is settling for less. I mean, why leave the drawing like this when you can make it so much better? So in order to fill in more depth and form into this drawing, we need to give it a little bit more shading. I'll start with a charcoal pencil and shade over the iris again. You might be wondering why this part is necessary. This is because if you've noticed so far, we've only shaded using graphite pencil and charcoal powder. So in order to have some form of sharpness over this portrait, we need to shade the dark areas using actual charcoal pencil to get more precision. Now I'm going to pick up a tiny brush and blend all of shadings so far. A hard tiny brush is ideal for charcoal pencil shadings because it helps you to maintain the depth that you are going for. Now you can see the difference between the depth in both irises. So now I'm going to shade the eyelid. And then again, I'll blend this eyelid using my tiny brush. Now I'll move over to the second eye and shade it as well. I'll start from the eyelid and then slowly work my way down to the iris. It's time to blend this again, using the tiny brush. So right now, I'm going to grab my medium-sized soft brush and just softly blend over the shading again. This is to ensure that the edges of the eyelids that I've shaded do not stay sharper than I need them to be. Now it's time to add the reflection on the iris. This time around, I'm using the MonoZero Eraser. This eraser is very functional as it keeps all your highlights sharp and precise. Now I'm going to use my Faber-Castell Graphite and shade over the side plane of the eyes. Now, because this is a graphite pencil shading, and I don't need too much depth there, I'll blend it with my medium-sized soft brush. So now I'm going to shade the side plane of the left eye as well. And then again, I'm going to blend it with the soft brush. At this point, the depth that I added on this part of the eye has gone farther than I need it to be. So I'm going to lighten up that side using the kneaded eraser. Now it's time to add more depth to the planes right beside the glabella. For this, I'm also using the Faber-Castell Graphite Pencil 4B grade. Now I'm going to blend both planes using the soft brush. These nostrils also need some more depth, so I'm going to darken them using the Faber-Castell Graphite pencil. From this point, I can gently work my way down to the philtrum and then blend it. Now, because I need to maintain the depth here, I'm blending with the tiny hard brush. I bet you can already see the improvement in this drawing so far. From this point on, I'm going to work around the edges of the nose. I'm using the HB grade of the same Faber-Castell Graphite. I'll start by drawing some sharp outlines on the edges of this nose. And then I'll slowly transition to adding some soft shadows around it. So now I'll blend these soft shadings using the soft brush. Now, just like the other parts that I've shaded so far, the soft triangle below the tip of this nose needs some more depth as well. So I'm going to shade it using the HB Graphite pencil. And then after that, I'll blend it using the soft medium-sized brush. Now that I'm done with this, I need to highlight some other parts of the tip of the nose. So for that, I'm using my kneaded eraser. I'll define the highlights all the way up to the bridge of the nose. There's still some shadow that needs to be added right below the nose. So I'm going to take my 4B graphite pencil and just gently shade under that nose. Now it is time to work on the lips. Firstly, I'm going to redefine these lips by separating the upper lip and the lower lip. Using my 4B graphite pencil, I'm drawing a thick line between both lips. This line is supposed to serve as the baseline for a little cast shadow on top of the lower lip. Now I'm going to add more cast shadow at the bottom of the lower lip. And then after that, I'll shade all around the edges of the lips. Now it is time for me to blend the shading using the tiny brush. So the lip is partially done now. I'm still going to come back and work on it later, but right now I'm going to shade around the chin area. I'm using the HB grade of my graphite pencil to do this. Now I'm going to blend the shading using the soft brush. Now some parts of the cheek are still lacking depth, so I'm going to shade them to give them the proper form. I'll start with the right cheek. I'm done adding more shades to the right cheek for now. So I'll come over to the chin and add some more core shadow all the way to some parts of the jawline. Now I'm going to blend these core shadows using the small brush. Now moving on to the left part of the chin area. I'm going to add more shades to it using my HB Graphite pencil. Now it is time to work on the lips again. I'll start by adding the core shadow at the bottom of the lower lip. For this part, I'm shading with my 4B graphite pencil. Using the MonoZero Eraser, I'm going to add some sharp highlights on top of the lower lip. I need to do this very intricately, so I don't mess up some of the details. Now, in case you don't have the MonoZero Eraser, a great substitute for it is the Kneadable Eraser. Now I'll go ahead and add some tiny, almost unnoticeable details to the upper lip as well. Now, to give these lips the best form, I need to add some separating lines to the sides of the lower lip. These lines are meant to separate the lips from the other parts of the skin. As finishing touches for the lips, I'm going to exaggerate the corners of the mouth where the upper lip and lower lips meet. They are called the oral commissures. I'll just add some depth on both corners of the mouth to depict a faint smile. Now I'm going to blend this using the small brush. So now that the lips are done, I'm going to work on the chin, the jawline, and some parts of the cheek as well. All I need to do is just add some more depth to the appropriate areas. For these parts, I'm using the 4B grade of my graphite pencil. So now I'm done with the chin and the right cheek. So I'll move over to the left part of the cheek and add some depth wherever is necessary. To further depict my subject's likeness, I'm going to exaggerate her eye bags a little bit. Now, the eye bags are the puffiness or mild swelling that appear under the eyes. So for this, I'm just going to add some soft shading right under the eyes and then blend it using my soft brush. I'm also going to detail the corner of the eyes a little bit as well. I'll add some shadow and tiny highlights on the tear duct. It's time to move on to the right eye and add some tiny details to the tear duct and also draw the eye bags as well. Now I'm just going to work my way all around the face and check in to see if there's anywhere that needs more shading. Now I'm going to add some shadows to both the right ear and the left ear. By doing this, I get to project the face more and give the illusion that the ears are pushing back a little bit. Now I'm going to draw the folds on my subject's upper eyelids. I'll start by drawing a line right over the edges of the eyelids and then blending it with my tiny brush. To make the ear a little bit more realistic, I'm going to add more loose strands of hair to it. There's almost no rule for drawing loose strands of hair. Just check the direction that the hair is flowing in your reference picture and then tweak it to your taste. Also, it is important to keep your pencil sharp because blunt pencils are going to create thick lines and that will make the hair strands unrealistic. Depending on the type of hair you are drawing, you can make the loose strands either curly or wavy. Now, using my MonoZero Eraser, I'm going to add more highlighted strands to this hair. When used properly, the MonoZero Eraser is supposed to create more precise highlighted strands of hair than what a Kneadable Eraser would give you. Kneadable erasers are functional as well, but their flexibility makes it difficult to get precision when creating tiny highlights. So if you can, please get the MonoZero Eraser. It's a game changer. The one thing that's left to do on this drawing is to redefine the eyebrow. Using my charcoal pencil, I'll draw more hair on this eyebrow. Now, I'm going to shade the part of the eyebrow that is supposed to be connected to the skin. This is to make sure there is harmony between the roots of the eyebrow and the skin. As it is now, some of the shadings have gone in farther than I want them to. So I'm going to leave them off the paper and smoothen it using the Kneadable Eraser. Right now, I'm almost done with this eyebrow. I just need to balance out the shadings around it. Now, I can move on to the second eyebrow and start drawing more hair with my charcoal pencil. Now, I'm going to add some highlights on this eyebrow using the MonoZero Eraser. At this point, I'm just adding finishing touches to this drawing. And that's it, guys. The drawing is done. I'm sure you can see how much difference you can make when you decide to push beyond your limits. Thank you very much for watching. Please like and share this video, and subscribe to UdoCreatives for more art content.